Do you think that's going to come to light?
Yep, I sure do. And I think everybody on the Epstein list, that's going to come out, and every name on it is going to be exposed.
Well, I hope so. I definitely hope so.
Oh, and a senator and a congressman will be they will both die in the same day.
And what's your source on this?
We follow several prophets.
And none of them, they're all saying the same thing, not in the exact same words. Some of them don't predict the exact same thing, but they are saying that this government that we're in, this agenda that's going on, is going to be done away with. And I cannot believe how so many people don't even see the agenda, what's going on. I mean, not over in Telegram. They all know exactly what's going on, but in one server we're in, they don't know what's going on. They think everything's fine.
Well, let's. Do you have any? Or do you subscribe to the idea that something's going to happen on September 24th, or that something important's going to be going on there?
We heard that, but that's just not how God works. I mean, that's it. I'm not saying that something won't happen on the 24th, but he doesn't really give dates. That's not the way I've ever known him to operate. So I don't know. Everybody keeps saying something's going to happen on the 24th, but I don't know what it is. Gabriella can tell you what she heard.
Well, something about doomsday, but I don't know any more than that. I mean,
yeah, I'm not big on dates either. So I was just curious if that had
yeah, and all these people want dates, and they don't understand. God doesn't, he doesn't operate like that. I mean, I have no clue. I kind of feel like, and I know it's not just the United States, it's all over the world. So the way I envision this happening, of course, it'll be light somewhere else, but the way I see this is I'll get up one morning and cut on the news, and there will only be one news source, and it will be running the script for everybody in the world to see exactly what's been going on, what they had intended. But I could be totally wrong. I don't even want to second guess, because she says that this is going to happen in an unconventional way, things that we can't even imagine or think of. So if I've thought of that, then it probably won't happen like that.
But also, Justin Trudeau will be leaving in Canada, and what was it she said today? Oh my gosh, I just drew a blank.
Well, one president and one prime minister. One president will be stepping down. We don't know where, and one prime minister is going to be stepping down. But we know that Justin Trudeau is going to be forced out. He may act like he's, just stepping down, but that's not going to be true.
Oh, and Ukraine's president, Zelensky. He's a crook, and he's finished. He'll be exposed. Apparently, for the money that we've been sending from the United States to Ukraine has not been going to the Ukrainian people. And that's going to all be exposed where that money has been spent.
I definitely believe that. I saw them training with some cardboard cutouts of AK-47s. I don't know. Haven't we given them billions of dollars?
Yeah, they reported that there's billions of dollars that are unaccounted for. So they're saying, where's the money at? all this money that we've been shifting to them, it's going unaccounted for, and that's raising red flags.
Supposedly, it's going in Zelensky's pocket.
I think they're trying, it's a payoff. I think
Yeah.
they're trying to keep him quiet, not to spill the beans.
Well, you know, if all this stuff was going to happen, and I was the Vatican, and I knew that it was going to happen, I would definitely call in all my assets for sure, because that type of political upheaval is going to have pretty serious consequences on the economy.
Well, and something's going to happen with the Pope. He's going to be exposed too. He's not what people thought he was either.
I'm very interested in what's going to happen in 2 days, because I know that German dude that made mention of that, it's got everybody thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what does he know that we don't? When he said that on the 24th of September, you're going to remember that day, like where you were. Like, that's kind of eerie for someone to say that in that position.
Exactly. And did you know that Putin said the very exact same thing? That we're all going to remember where we were on the 24th?
That's really interesting. Well, I guess we'll find out in 2 days. Saturday.
Well, and keep your eyes on Putin, because I do not think he's going to end up being the villain that everybody thinks he is. I think he's going to be the one that has the majority of the proof of what's been going on over in the U.S.
Well,
I just keep your eyes on him.
It's interesting because, like, I'm not a communist sympathizer, but it's interesting to think that this, Putin has called out the governments and their bullshit and what they've been doing wrong. And it's weird for it to be coming from a man that's a ruler, a leader of a known communist country. So the fact that he's like calling people out is weird, and to think that instead of him being a villain, he'll be more of a hero is very, very weird to me. Like, again, I'm not a communist sympathizer, but the fact that he is kind of I feel like he's putting his neck out there to expose Western power at this point.
Exactly.
Well, and I'm going to tell you, the prophet, she referenced Vladimir Putin by name.
Yeah, she sure did.
And said that that he is not what everybody thinks that he is.
Yeah, Russia are not a communist country now, by any stretch. I don't know who told you.
Yeah, no, I think we know that, but I think the propaganda narrative from the Western states is that they are, even though they're like full blown like capitalistic society. Obviously, like they play the game, they're involved, but I think China and Russia has historically always been the evil demon to capitalism, even though they both participate, if not are the main strongholds in it, because of all the resources and funds that they do put into it. So it's kind of weird. It's a weird conversation.
Well, you guys know that Putin went over and met with China, and it got the United States all in a whirl. And, what came to my mind was, what if he went over there and said, I've got everything. Trump has everything. We've got it all. We know your collusion with the Biden. We know what's going on. So, I mean, did y'all not find it strange that he went over there and met with him?
Yeah, that's been a topic of discussion, is the fact that they're meeting up without everybody involved. Like, usually the powers that, you know, the leaders of countries, when they meet up, it's usually a group thing. Like it's like that. There's a uniformed, you know, agreement. But the fact that they're meeting up without anybody else, it's wondering, like, what did they talk about? What all happened in that meeting? What are they discussing?
I think he's got China by, you know, and she says that China is going to be destroyed. That they're not like off the, I don't mean like a war or anything, but that they're going to be, God is
Financially crippled.
furious. Yes, he's furious with them, and they're going to be financially crippled, and they won't recover.
Oh, I guess we'll find out.
Is
And
this
Hinton Yahoo is going back.
Yes, Netanyahu is going back.
do you
He'll,
have a link to this Telegram channel where I could hear this prophet?
If do you have TikTok
or
I do not have
Rumble.
or
TikTok.
Rumble? Go on Rumble and look up Julie Green. And she prophesied in December. And I have to tell you, I didn't believe it because I thought it was impossible. So my faith has been strengthened through all this as all this has gone along. But in December, she said that Roe versus Wade would be overturned. And I thought, that will never happen. It's been 49 years. It's not going to happen. Well, it did. And then she said the Georgia Guidestones would be struck. And she said that all these other things, and you know, I didn't know that they were satanic. I didn't know that there were things on. I wasn't familiar with them. This has all opened our eyes even more and more and more as to what's going on in this world. And
She
it's not.
predicted the Georgia Guidestones being
Yes.
Yes,
struck. That's
she sure
pretty
did.
intense. Because that was definitely significant, and I think a lot of people just kind of, you know.
And I would encourage you, when you watch this video, write it down. Just keywords, write it down and wait and see if it comes to pass. I mean, that's what we do. And and you
Yes.
can go back. You need to date it and you can go back. And when it happens, you know that it wasn't just a coincidence.
If I remember correctly, it was the prophecy that not only the stones, but there was like multiple significant places were going to be struck. And just like 2-3 weeks ago, another one of those places was struck in another country.
Yes.
And it's
Well,
weird. It's weird to think, like, it's not weird to people who are believers, but I would think that should raise flags to non-believers, to people that don't believe in such prophecies. Like, if they're saying it and it's happening, it's coming into fruition, like that should, like, you know, it should make you want to lean an ear to, you know, to listen more closely, like, what else is this person saying? Because
Okay.
obviously
Something else we can all be looking for is Mount Rushmore. She said that is going to be dismantled. That's been an idol. For what God's doing is any idols, he's taking them down because he wants to be the center. And he loves the United States. He said we were never supposed to be the way we are now. And he said that Washington, D.C., he never wanted the capital there. It's going to never be the capital again. When all this happens, he will put the capital where he intended it to be. Now, I don't know where that is, but, you know, he is slowly striking these places down. And she said all these other monuments. So you saying that is just confirmation, because she said there would be more.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing her video, and then when the Guidestones were struck, she came out with a video saying, "Told you." Like, wow.
Hey,
Yeah.
and another thing y'all might want to watch out for, something, and this is with the Royals. Something's going to happen to Big Ben, their clock.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll
Okay, yeah,
find
I
that.
just found the original clip. It looks like she posted this video 5 days before the Georgia Guidestones came down, and she said that a stone monument is going to be in the dude. This is nuts. How have
That's
I never heard
prophecy,
about
right?
this?
Isn't it amazing? Like, it's
Listen,
Dude, I
prophecy.
don't know, man. Yeah, that's because I'll be no disrespect to you, Southern Belle or Gabriella, but I am not down with prophecy. I have already been led
You're
down this
Listen,
road
skeptic.
past
we
it
weren't
so many
either.
times. No, I
Platypus.
know, I know.
Listen, like I said, when she said that, I was like, "Oh, Julie, that isn't going to happen," And it's a wonder God didn't strike me down because and when it did, I looked up and said, "Lord, oh my gosh, this is awesome." And so now, I'm not looking to her because I pray to God myself. And but when we started seeing other prophets too, they, like I said, they weren't saying word for word what she was saying, but they were all in alignment. You guys, they're all in alignment. They're all saying the same thing.
Yeah, well, I do want to make mention that it says, and I don't mean to scare anybody, but it does say that in the end times that there's going to be many prophecies because the Spirit's going to pour out, and it's going to be like an awakening and enlightening, and that there's going to be many prophecies. Like all of a sudden, there's going to be all kinds of people like having visions, and like it's going to come to fruition. And it's interesting that we are witnessing that. We are literally seeing all these different, prophecies coming into pass, and that's just amazing to me. Like
It is
that's
amazing. And you know what
hey,
she said? She said, we were handpicked to be in this time. We need to be excited. We need to be rejoicing. And we were handpicked to be here at this time to witness this. And
yeah,
so I'm just
hey,
like, thank you, Lord.
hey, Platypus, what you said is just a while ago to Belle about you weren't really down with this. This is how God will build your faith, because it's not someone else telling you. If you watch this and it comes to pass, you're going to know for yourself, not because someone else told you. You're going to see it yourself.
yeah.
You just need to watch them, write the stuff down, and wait and see. And when it happens, you're gonna get more excited and more excited. And we get up every day going, "Oh gosh, what's God gonna say today?"
What's interesting is uh earlier this week they finally picked the five heifers, the red heifers, and they have the temple. It's ready. They're ready building the sacrifice, the I guess the place for it, like where they're going to be doing the sacrifices for the third temple, for the new temple, that they already have blueprints. They're literally ready, about to build it, if not already started. And it's just interesting that, like, in the prophecies, like in the scriptures, this will come to pass, and we are living in the time of it coming into fruition. So it's been a huge thing for the past month. Maybe not here on Discord, or maybe not on the news, but if you follow it, if you know where to go look, you would see that all the rabbis and all all these they have a new Sahedrin. Like, that's all coming into fruition. And the fact that they have the five heifers now, they picked them already. They had all of them come in, they picked them, and they're ready for the sacrifice. But that is apparently going to be because they're welcoming in the Antichrist. And that blows my mind that we are living in a time to see that come into fruition. Honestly, that's crazy.
Yeah. And I was real confused because I said, everything's lining up for the end of time. I don't understand. And Julie said the time isn't here just yet. It's soon. But the reason God's going to do this is because he doesn't want to see anybody perish. So what he's doing is he's going to do this like a Red Sea moment. She said it's going to be just like Exodus. And he's going to do this and soften people's hearts, take the scales off their eyes, and this is their last chance. This is where they have to say, I believe, I know what I know. And then the end times, then that and that makes sense, because we don't know how long it'll take them to build the temple, but that all lines up. It's perfect timing.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I once heard a guy say, and it was almost prophetic. He said, "Not until I see them sacrificing, because that's part of the law. In their law, that's part of it. Once I see them making sacrifices, then," he said, "I will believe that these are the times." Because for many years they haven't been doing that. The sacrifice was taken away even from their culture. They no longer had to do that. But the fact that they're just about to start it up again, it reminds me, like, eerily, it reminds me of his words way back then, years ago. He said, "This, I'm not going to believe it's the end times until they start sacrificing again, because that's a part of its ceremony. It has to be that way." And sure enough, just last week, they're saying, "All right, we're going to start the sacrifices again." And they have the 5 red heifers to start it.
Yes. I saw them deliver the 5 heifers. I saw that video.
Yeah. They're all excited. They're all like, woo. They're all like celebrating. I'm like, dude, these people are celebrating the Antichrist is coming. It's crazy. Like, do they even know that? Like, it's so wild.
Hey, did any of y'all see? And I'm not a big fan of hers, but Lady Gaga at her Miami show, where she had on the goat's head dress and all that stuff. Did y'all see that at all?
All those satanic rituals or symbolism. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, do you know that her show, she had to stop her show because of bad weather, and the rain stopped, but they were having severe ground-to-ground lightning. It shook her up so bad. She was an emotional wreck.
She cried.
She cried her eyes out, and they said she is an emotional wreck. It scared her so bad. But she said it was literally touching the ground around the stage.
Yeah, it literally, the Spirit of God fell upon her, and she is crying on these videos. It is wild.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the Spirit continues to do that, because there's a lot of people that have sold their soul to be famous in that industry. Or at least, I mean, I guess you can't sell your soul because it's not yours to sell, but they've definitely given up themselves, per se, to be these instruments of evil, and do the things that they've done to draw the masses in for the adversary's purpose. That's pretty crazy.
Well, nobody could figure out what was wrong with her, because she was sobbing, and she was saying, I just love everybody. And they said something just came on her, and she called the whole show off, and she was apologizing, and it was a sight to see. Really, it was something to see.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot that's going to happen from now to the end of this year. That I think is hopefully it draws more people to the belief, to the faith. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, as Paul said, like, I'm the chief of sinners. Like, I'm not a good representative of and maybe that should be my own. Maybe I'm speaking to myself. Maybe that should be my awakening as well. Like, change the way I am in certain ways, because I personally have a deep belief and faith in him. And you know, I'm the kind of guy that when I'm driving on the freeway, I talk to God, like, you know, like out loud. I don't care. People might think I'm on the cell phone, but I'm not. I'm talking to God. So I know I have a relationship, but at the same time, like, I do know, like, you know, lust and you know, these different factions that I know in my heart, like, nah, this isn't very godly. Even when I get on Discord sometimes, and I'm like cursing and like getting angry, and you know, like telling people you're an idiot, you know, says like, don't call no man a fool, you know, and I'm calling people fools. Like, I know that that's not right. Spiritually, I shouldn't be doing that, but it's just hopefully that those that are not believers at least will come to a point of belief. Like, all right, yeah, maybe there was something about this. Like, maybe as children, they were raised a certain way, then they got into adulthood and they still stood a certain way. And maybe, you know, they haven't met their moment of being knocked off the horse and to see the light. But hopefully these end times, as it's continued to be prophesied, and you know, things are being revealed and truths are exposed, or finally the light shining upon them, should I say, in the darkness and then of the lies. Hopefully people are finally waking up to, like, yeah, there maybe there is, maybe those crazy Christians or maybe those crazy God believers are onto something. Maybe they know something we don't. And hopefully it turns them to realize, like, hey, the things that are unseen are more real than the things you can see, and you better get on board with it, you know? Hopefully. I don't
Well,
know.
let me tell you what's happened in my life, and maybe some of you guys can relate to it. But I was raised a Christian. I've always trusted God, been a prayer, but I feel like in a lot of situations I was lukewarm. And so what this has done is ostracized me even from my family. And you know, and it's been terrible because now my daughter, she gets it. My son, he says, Mom, I'm worried. I really think, you know, he wouldn't even let me talk about it. He just said he didn't want to hear it, that Trump wasn't going back in, and that God, there was nothing, you know, he believes in God, but that God, there just wasn't any way. And so I told him, because Julie Green has, and it says in the Bible that those that are false prophets will die. You know, so I'm not worried about the false prophets. I know there are tons of them. That's why I was very skeptical. But it also says to speak words against the prophets. You know, God doesn't like that either. And I can't remember what it said, but it was pretty severe. So I quit telling my son. I just told him what was going to happen, and what I'm hoping is when all this comes to pass, he will then say to me, Mom, you know, you not that I'm right. I'm not wanting any credit or whatever, but he is going to see that God did exactly what he said he was going to do, and this is going to tilt him to where he needs to be, as well as I think it's going to tilt a lot of people, because we go in another server and we've told them all this stuff, and they're most of them are atheists. And there's been about 5 of them that have said, there's no way that this can happen. And I said, I know, to man's eye, there's not. And they have said, if this happens, and if we continue seeing these things that y'all have come in here and told us, we're going to have to reevaluate our lives. Well,
Yeah.
that right there is God winning. That's soul saved. That's what this whole thing is going to be about. And
Yeah.
listen, we took so much flack. We've been called every name in the book. We've been cussed. We've been called ignorant. We've been told we're psychologically crazy. What, you know, you name it. It's been done. And I told them the other day, I said, if you think this has been easy to step out in faith and to say these kind of things and do what we've done, we've been ostracized, you know, from our friends, from our family. But God said that's how it would be, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's how you guys feel, but that's what's going on in our life.
No, definitely, and it's going to be very interesting. I look forward to when the two witnesses are at the wall, and that's going to be amazing because there's some deep prophecies in that too. When the two witnesses come, and they're apparently going to be untouched and protected in a sense that they won't be silenced, but they're going to be very, very vocal in prophecy, and they're going to be telling people like this is the deal, this is the real deal. And it's weird because we live in a world that is a reality, and you wouldn't think of these things of the supernatural to be so evident in our lives, other than it finally coming to pass, and by your own eyes and your own ears you can see and hear these things happening. But that's also along the lines of when he says, you guys, he says, you guys can look up, at the clouds, and what's going to happen, and the weather, and but you don't know, certain things. Like you like you'll turn your faith away, like you won't believe in something that you can't see. And it's just, I find that very interesting because that's so true. Like, especially when he's like, blessed are those who don't see and believe, because those who don't see these things, like it's easy for somebody to be like, wow, that's an amazing miracle, and then you believe, right? Like, once you see the miracle, it's like you cheated, the magic of the trick, that the magic of the card trick, like
Right.
then you'll believe, only because you saw how it's done, only because you see it being done, then you believe. But blessed are those who see not and still believe. But I think that's going to be like, for instance, that's us. We didn't see these prophecies and we believed. But once people are seeing them and then believe, well, I'm pretty sure they're going to come in the droves. Like, there's going to be a lot of them. Like,
Well,
oh my God, there is a God, and then they're going to start believing. But that's good though.
and
That's good. I want that to
it
happen.
is, and in our defense, we haven't seen a dead man raised like Nazareth was, or Lazarus. We haven't seen the sea parted. We haven't seen all the miracles, but we're fixing to. And so God knows that, and that's why he's going to do this. He's going to
Yeah.
do this to show people that and it is, Julie Green said it's going to be a Red Sea moment. People are going to say, only God could have done this. No man could have done it, only God.
Well,
Because,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
because when I tell them that Trump's coming back, they say, there's no way. There's no way. And I'm like, well, I know, but God's going to do it.
It's interesting because and I just said this the other night. Imagine 10 years ago, when if someone was to stand on the embankments of the Euphrates River and told some young kid, like, this is going to dry up soon because it's prophesized. This will no longer be the raging, bountiful river that we see it. The kid's going to be like, you're stupid. What are you talking about? How? There's no way. And now we are witnessing. We are literally witnessing that right now, and that's another prophecy fulfilled. That the Euphrates will dry up, and then the mighty armies from the east will use its path. And that's just only opening up the question of, well, when is this war going to happen? So people could be still doubting because they haven't seen the war, but they're missing the point that, well, the Euphrates is dried up though. That was step one to a two-step process, right? But eventually people will see the
Yeah.
truth.
And that was prophesized, and it's happened.
Yeah, and to think that was prophesied so many years ago, uh, um, regardless of what people, people that are non-believers are like, oh yeah, but like, okay, let's think of it rationally, like, all right, the river can dry up and blah blah blah, but they're missing it. They're missing the spiritual aspect of it, and that's sad.
It is sad. But I'm
Well,
excited. I think great things are going to happen for us.
Yeah.
She said that the IRS is going to be done away with.
Well, I think if everything hits the fan, I think the establishment in general is going to be done away with, and it's just going to be it's going to be turned up upon its head. I think. I mean, the
Yeah.
way everything's looking, it's about to get there.
Yes. And she doesn't claim to know when, after all this good happens, when the other begins, the where people have to take the chip. She hasn't. Right now, she's just prophesying exactly what God's telling her. She
Yeah.
doesn't add to it or take away. And when we prophesy, we write it down, or we're not prophesying, but repeating it. We write down verbatim, and people get mad because they say, well, where's that going to happen? And we say, we don't know. Do you want, we're not going to sit in here and make up something. All we can tell you, God is sometimes vague in his revelations to people, but
Yeah.
I believe him.
No, definitely. That's definitely that's truth right there, and it's going to continue to happen, and it's again for those who have eyes, and for those who have ears, let them hear. And true, there's going to be some people that are still will be naysayers. They will still
Yep.
not believe it, but and I understand like the problem that many people have is that the religion in itself has a lot of quirky things and a lot of weird things that don't add up and it's not right and it's sickening sometimes, but that doesn't take away from the prophecies and the fruition of them, because if you have people prophets from his prophets from those days, over 2,000 years ago, maybe up to 3 to 4,000 years ago, and we're just living in a really special time to where we are seeing these things come into fruition. It's really amazing to be alive right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said.
That's truth. And that's what's that called? Oh, that's two witnesses right there. It just
Yeah.
solidifies it.
Well, and that scripture, I never really understood it. When I was a little girl and I heard that scripture, my people will perish for a lack of knowledge. I just always
Absolutely.
thought, it was because they weren't able to hear about Jesus, but it'll be their choice because
Yeah.
he is fixing, if they deny it and they say some scientific thing, well, that happened because when we tell people this, they try to give a scientific, like when the Guidestones, when that happened, they said, well, those were blown up. They constantly, have some, repercussion of as to why it happened. They want to put man's spin on it.
Yeah.
So you're right. There's going to be some that they're not going to get it, and those are the ones that aren't going to make it.
One of my favorite scriptures, it says when he himself said, don't confuse commandments of man as commandments of God, of the Father. And I think that's where a lot of people drop off from the religion, because they see all these things that man have put in to as commandments, but those aren't the commandments of God. But they twist it, and they've turned it, and they've made all these rules and regulations, over, I think it's like 614 different laws or whatever. But if you can just focus on the commandments of God, that it will allow it to be more understood, like, and more like respected, if you will. Like, don't go murder someone, don't go steal, don't do this, don't these don'ts that are in the word. There's wisdom behind that, and there's a reason behind that. But aside from that, if you have a peoples, a nation, or everybody included, all nations, if everybody just finally just looked up, right? As it says, look up. In those times, look up. And I think if that will be the awakening that needs to happen, to where everyone's finally seeing the truth in what for many, many years we've been saying, that God is real. It's not just a story to control and all this nonsense that man has put into it. No, it's a real deal. There's a creator. He created everything we're on. This goes even to like flat earth ball earth, situations. Like, no, this is God's creation. And this is why we stand where we stand. This is why we believe what we believe, because there's a deeper understanding and a deeper acknowledgement of the miracles that are to come. And once they come, it will then be undeniable. I mean, for me right now, it's already undeniable, but it's going to take people seeing these things coming into fruition for them to realize, oh, it's not deniable at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that's why it's got to be this way, because we tell them other things, but the only thing that seems to resonate, maybe God already knew, of course he already knew it, but is the fact that Trump will be reinstated. Everything else we say, the earthquakes, the senator and the congressman will die in one day, none of that. They're like, yeah, well, that, that happened before in 1962. And like something that everyone can resonate with. And I've had many people say, well, Donald Trump's a this and a that. Why would God pick him? And I said, go read the Bible. God picked always the underdogs. God always picked the people that we might not think were holier than thou, but he saw something in them. And so I tell him, I don't know why he picked him. I'm not putting my, all my hope in a man. I'm just saying for some reason he did. And
Yeah.
I don't know why, but he did. And that's just the way it is.
I saw a really, really good video from this one guy, and he went down the list of everything that Trump did in his term. And because, you have a lot of people who, believe the news, and they just hate Trump because of the propaganda against him. And they will say, only because they don't know, they will say, well, what did he do? Well, this guy went down everything that Trump did. And if you can just look at that and be like, wow, like, okay, maybe because the media didn't spotlight, these things because they were too busy demonizing him because he's against the establishment, which makes sense, right? If you're living in a world of evil and the media is controlled by evil, of course it's going to demonize you and make you look to be a bad guy because you're doing good things.
Exactly. And the thing is, everything they talk bad about him, now they see it worked. Now they're all going back and they're totally different. Now
Yeah.
they, oh, let's get that wall built.
Yeah. Now it's okay that they're doing it, but it was horrible when Trump was doing it. Like, it's
oh
funny.
yeah.
No doubt. It comes to a point where people are eventually going to have to accept. It might even hurt them to do that, but they're going to have to accept that the truth is that no matter what you think of the guy, he did more good than most presidents in the past 20 years combined.
Yeah.
Combined.
I'm afraid some of those people on Jim Panda's server are going to slit their wrist when this happens.
No, yeah, it's unfortunately that it's one of those things where the truth is going to hit the ears that need to hear it, that are meant to hear it, and not only if you hear it, but you actually believe it, and that's only going to be done by the Spirit. It's only going to be done by the Spirit.
Yeah, we cannot convince them. It's going to be God Himself that'll do it.
Yeah, Exactly. It's gonna that revelation is gonna come out from within. That only the spirit will be able to. Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting in this next couple of days and next couple of months to see what exactly happens. Because right now, it seems like because the media is not focused on it entirely, it does seem like the world is in shambles. It truly is.
Well, Julie Green says the media. She says CNN is going to go away. That they're going to be bankrupt. She said several other top media people are going to walk away because they can't do it anymore. And so I definitely think we're not being told the truth. I don't think we've been told the truth about the Ukrainian war. I don't think we've been told the truth about anything in a long time.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely being suppressed. That's for sure. But it's the vigilance of people that do know the truth and can see the writing on the wall and can prophesy the things that are to come. This is where those that not only do believe can grab a hold of, but also those that don't believe will at least finally see the truth, and then hopefully those that are meant to be will be, and those who are meant not to, they won't. But it will be a latching of sorts because the spirit has definitely poured out into many, and is and here we are witnessing that event, and it's amazing.
Now, who is Rig 5? I don't think I've met that person.
That's Riggs. Riggs, he's a good guy. He's actually really knowledgeable in a lot of stuff, and I appreciate him. He's on Deafin right now, but he's a good guy.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he has some views in regards to, again, like he says things like the religion that sucks on babies' penises, but he's relating to how the Jews have this old, it was part of the customary that after they circumcise, that the priest would suck on the blood on the penis of a baby and spit it out. And then there's um a whole like recorded thing about how and why. But I agree with him, like that's pretty weird. Like you could get a cloth, you don't have to necessarily suck on it, but that is weird, that is disgusting, I get it. But he does say things like that, like that's why he's not necessarily into Judaic religion, if you will, because there's a lot of weird things in it, and I agree with him to an extent. But he also is a believer that there is a creator, there is this
Yeah.
this entity, and at least I give him that.
Gosh, I'm just so glad to finally find people that know what's going on.
Yeah, it's nice how the spirit leads us, and we find not only like-minded, but people that believe in this, like the way ballers would say, show me the evidence, show me the proof. And you can't always do that when it comes to spirituality. You can't always I can't show you God. You just have to experience it for yourself.
Yeah, I know.
And but it's cool to come across those who have on their journey have experienced it, and have a deeper faith in it because of it. And then that's something that we can share in common, as a common ground of where our belief even starts. It's because we have these things. I feel like we've been shown the secrets, and it makes it easier to believe than for those that haven't been shown. So it's harder for them to believe. but blessed are us at that point. We,
Mm-hmm.
like we're lucky to have the wool pull from our eyes to see the lies in society, in our history,
Yeah,
and what.
some days I ask God, I say, why me? You picked me to know.
Yeah,
And some days it's a heavy burden to carry, but He picked me for a reason to spread it. So,
absolutely, absolutely, and because that's happened, you gotta keep that going. Don't let up. Don't let the adversary try to uh, derail you or discourage you, because if you've been chosen by the Almighty, well, then you got to pay attention. You gotta adhere to your Father's instructions. You know what I mean? It's not something to play with. It's not something to uh, you know ignore.
yeah, it's a huge responsibility. I take it very seriously.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Um, there's a thing that comes to my mind uh when we answer that call. you know he says that, you know my my flock know my voice,
Yes.
and they answer when I call. And when we're put in situations in life that we are being obedient to that, then it allows us to walk in surety, in confidence that this is what is right. And that's a big difference than someone that walks in their life thinking in man's mind, right? It says, like, let every man be of his own mind. So if you think otherwise, then think otherwise. But it's nice to be walking in his path, that he's laid out for us.
Yeah.
It's a
And there
blessing.
and the devil really has tried to attack me, especially yesterday when I saw the conversation between Trump and Hannity. I just didn't think Trump did well in that. And Gabriella and I were talking, and I said, golly, and she goes, don't. You know, we have to stand firm. And that's what the devil wants to do, is to make us doubt. And,
Mhm.
I was like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. I know there's naysayers that say Trump's a part of the system. He's part of, the big boys club, if you will. And he plays an important role in the puppetry that goes on. But at the same time, tell me what puppet would put so much money into stopping human trafficking? Like,
Exactly.
that's a good puppet right there. That's who's truly pulling those strings at that point, because the house against itself will not stand. So clearly, that is, if human trafficking is evil and someone is stopping it, clearly he's not of the house of evil. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. And what president in our history has forfeited his salary?
Yeah.
What other president has, and when I say that, they say, well, he's a billionaire. Well, so what?
That's actually a good thing, because you know what that means? He can't be bought off by these small
Yeah.
peons. Like, if you take a guy who's making $70,000 a year and you promise him $10 million, he's going to take it. But if you're making, $2 billion a year, you're not going to worry about $5 million of a payout or $10 million of a payout. You are unscathed from these idle threats and briberies. You know what I mean?
Yes. And when I say that, they're like, they always have some kind of explanation, and I'm like, well, I don't. You name me another president that's ever done that, and you
Exactly.
tell me how senators and congressmen on their salaries can have millions of dollars of real estate. Nancy Pelosi is worth like $5 billion. Now
Exactly.
you tell me how that can happen.
Yeah, on her salary. Exactly. And all that shows is that they are so in depth of favors to be had. That's
Yeah,
why we see these things happening. And it and these people are driven by money, which is a root of evil. And they're driven by it, and they won't stop. They'll keep going. They'll keep going, keep going until a point where they're never satisfied. There enough is not enough for them. So
yeah.
you can continue to pull them on the strings because they're not they're not settled yet. You know, like think about that. If you have $5 billion and you're still not happy, then she is a lost soul at that point. She's just lost. It's a done deal. She is
Well,
lost into the evil.
you know that Julie Green predicted that Nancy Pelosi will be dead before the midterms.
Oh wow.
Yes, she said she will not make it to the midterms. And when I told them that on Jim's server, they said, "Well, she's old." I said, "I don't care. I mean, she's not going to make it to the midterms."
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing of what, you know, we're going to experience in this next year. It's amazing. The things that are going to come, not only the things we're going to know from other sources, but it's going to be very interesting to see how the media spins the things that are going on. You know,
Yeah.
how are they going to spin these prophecies coming into light? You know, how are they going to spin when you know, Israel is, when they have their two prophets, they're not even going to cover it. Probably they won't, because that's,
Well,
if
she
they're
says, do you ever watch her?
I've seen a few videos of it. Yeah,
Well,
I
she
know who you're
says,
talking about.
yeah, they're going to start making all these blunders. They're going to start, um, just saying things that they don't even know why they're saying them. She said it's going to be funny.
Well, I think it's interesting that if you really think about it, when these end time prophecies start to continue to come into fruition, it's weird how the media can twist it or can report on it as, and counting it off as, you know, nothing, even though maybe they don't realize it, but they are bringing validity to it. You know, but they say it in such a nonchalant way, like they reported, oh, the Euphrates is drying up, but they don't realize that they just spoke about something that was prophesied, and they won't talk about it. Have you ever seen the video where they show how many times people get cut off on live feeds when they start talking about Jesus Christ? Have you ever seen that?
Yes. Yes.
It's amazing how the media just totally censor it. They did, oh oops, we had technical difficulties. There was no technical difficulties. You just pulled your feed on that person because they started talking about the salvation and Jesus Christ, and you need to repent. Once, if you go on live TV and say you need to repent and you start preaching that, they'll cut you off immediately because they don't want that. The adversary doesn't need that, because that's going against, you know, the manipulation of people's minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
just
think it's going to just continue. She said that the Biden is going to take a fall, like another physical fall. And when he does, that's going to signal, that's God's signal that he's about to take him down.
Yeah.
You know, he's already had one fall.
Yeah.
Well,
No, he's had several falls.
yeah. Well, he's going to have another one. And when he has another one, that's going to signify that God is fixing, and he's going to take him and his son, and it's all going to be exposed what they had going on with China.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Eventually it will. It'll come to light. And because the darkness, is it's always exposed. The light will shine itself on the darkness and exposing it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure. All we can do is just look up, right? That's all we can do.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's her main thing. Is she said God told her for all of us right now to just look to him. Don't take our eyes, our ears off him, just to totally look only to him. And she says, when I'm prophesying, go to the word, go to your Bibles. She said, write things down, watch as they unfold, because she said, this isn't me. I have nothing to do with it. And so, like I said in the beginning, I wouldn't call it skeptical, but, honestly, I had begun to lose hope. I really had. And now, God says he's heard his children's prayers. He's heard the millions of people that have been praying. Where are you, God? Don't forsake us. And he's saying, I haven't.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. He's always been there. Always, maybe in the background, and I know some people, even myself would say, well, why are these horrible things happening to women and children and men, young and old? But at the end of it, that's not for us. That's not our conversation to have, because he's allowing things to happen because that's just what he deems to be happening, and that's his will, and so be it. And I mean, I have 5 children. I can't imagine one thing bad happening to my kids. But then again, he says, your thoughts are not my thoughts.
Yeah.
So
I know.
so I just gotta respectfully, just say, well, I mean, that's his will. I'm nobody to be questioning it. Just like when he questions Job. I love that. I love Job 38, because God goes in on him. Like, he just drills him with questions like, where were you when I laid the foundations? Like, tell me the depths, or can you not? Like, it's so beautiful the way he comes out and just puts him in his place. And I love that.
Exactly.
Man, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for this conversation. It's been such a blessing.
Me too.
I wish there was 1,000 people listening to us right now, but that's not what it's about. It's about me and you talking, because we need to hear it. Me and you. That's who's meant. There's been like maybe 4 other people in this room that have left and checked out, but you
Yeah.
know what? The Spirit is going to tell who needs to hear it at the end of the day. Like, even Riggs went on Deafin and he didn't hear any of this. But you know what? That's so be it. That was God's will. That was our
Well, and the
Father's.
thing is, those that were in here, they'll take it and God will deal with them.
Yeah.
It'll be
Yeah.
on their mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you were planting and I was watering, but it's going to be him who increases. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's so nice just to be with people that are like-minded.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely a good feeling, when you're able to talk about things that are deep in your heart and mind, and and they rest there, and to voice it, to bring it out into the open, to manifest this conversation to happen. It's beautiful the way that works. It really is.
And you increase my faith, by me being able to talk to you, and the fact that you know what's going on, it just increases my faith.
Hey, all glory be to our Father. That's good. That's good that happened. I appreciate you saying that, but there's no credence to me. That's for sure. No credits to be other than to the Father. So I appreciate that. But I will direct that straight up. That's his doing. That's what needs to happen. I'm glad that I could facilitate to bring you deeper in your faith by hearing everything I've said for the past 20 minutes. But that is he, right? That is he and me speaking through me. I'm just a vessel, right? We're just vessels.
That's it. We're vessels.
Yeah.
That he can use, that we're willing to spread what he's saying to other people, whether they accept it or not. Eventually, I think a lot will.
Yeah. Yeah. There's, it's really nice and comforting when, you're amongst people that are hearers of the word and doers of the word, and have a staunch belief in it. And that's just all glory to him, though, because it's he that calls, and he's a good shepherd. I'm, I'm getting choked up even saying this, because he is a good shepherd. He literally is trying to call his children to him.
He is. He is. He loves us so much.
And there's so many people that do not listen, and it's sad. It's heartbreaking that so many people, they're just not. Maybe they're not made for it. Maybe they are made for the day of wrath, and we deal with these people every day, and it's frustrating, because how much can we tell somebody until we're blue in our face the truth, and they will not listen? They're stuck in the doctrines of demons, and they won't listen. And
I know. And he
man,
is so
I
good.
can't believe I got so choked up right now. Like, wow.
That's awesome.
God is good.
He is so good. He is
Yeah.
so good, and he loves us so much. Isn't this nice, Gabriella?
Yes. I was going to say, I don't know if he's ever been to Flat Earth or whatever, but they are,
No, you're talking about Jim Panda's. It's, Flat Earth debate, yeah.
I feel sometimes when I jump into certain servers, joking aside, when it gets down to the real conversations that need to take place, that there's just so many people that are on Discord, within its own communities, that they are so lost. They are so far from the truth, and and they're like frogs in the water, right? They're just boiling, and they don't even realize it. They're being cooked, and they don't even realize it. They're they're so stuck in their man beliefs, their the minds of men, if you will, and women. they
and science. They
Yeah.
believe anything science says.
Yeah. And I've told them so many times, science is a doctrine of demons, literally. Because
it worked for them. They believe every bit of it.
Yeah, but that only brings upon their own demise. You know what I mean?
Well, like when the vaccine came out, God told me not to take it.
Yeah.
And their science told them to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And they weren't and they weren't listening to that voice. I'm willing to bet that a small voice inside of them told all of them, don't take it, don't do this.
Yeah.
But they are not obedient to the word. They're not obedient to the voice. So they took it to their own demise. They took it. And just people such as us, we didn't take it because we knew better, because we were obedient to whatever was coming from within us, saying, no, 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 no way, do not take that. No way, don't take that. And here we are. We stood true and we stood obedient, and we don't have the concoction of chemicals in our bodies like they do for whatever that's going to do for them in the long term, whether it be, a bad thing or not. We don't have that, and we don't have to worry about that. If they're talking about like how it like could change your DNA and blah blah blah, and when you reproduce, like it's going to create babies with that same chain structure, like that's on them, because they had that voice originally to either decide not to or to do so, and they chose the latter. And hey, everyone's going to have to answer for their own actions, right?
That's right.
Well,
They are.
I don't know if Belle was telling you that we've been going to this server with all these atheists, but the more we talk, the madder they get, like just flaming mad for no. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. I had one guy tell me yesterday from there, um, the only thing he's going to believe at all is when Trump comes back, he's reinstated. That's the only thing he's going to believe, but he doesn't believe that. And he told me, he said, I can't wait till January 1st, and I am going to shove that crow completely down your throat
Wow.
about your sky daddy.
Wow. Yeah, yeah. I've heard that before.
And I mean, they get madder and madder and madder. Dale had one guy say that he was going to take up arms if that happened. I mean, they're
Yeah.
getting nervous.
You know what that is? It's the demons inside of them. There's something about. Let me tell you guys a personal story. When I was young, I must have been maybe 6 or 7 years old. I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was eating my Cheerios in the living room on the coffee table, watching TV with my sister, and my uncle comes in, and he's all bloody. He just got in a fight at the bar. He's all bloody. His shirt's all ripped. It's all jacked up. He was drunk, and he comes in. He sits on the couch, and my mom's next to us. I'm on the floor eating at the coffee table, but my mom's on the couch. And my uncle tells my mom, I'm ready to go home. And my mom, she says, what are you talking about? And he's like, I'm ready to go home. She's like, you are home. Like, this is the house. Like, you are home. He's like, no, no, no. I'm ready to go home. And she's, for some reason, she just starts preaching to him. And literally, I will never forget it. Like, literally, he changed. His physical features changed as if demons were inside of him. And he started yelling. And then my grandma, who's, bless her, rest in peace, she's a 60-year-old woman at this point. She comes in, and he starts cussing at her, which is so not the character of my uncle. In our family, we were raised, you never disrespect or curse around an elder, ever. That's just what we grew up. So the fact that he was saying this right away, my grandma knew exactly what was going on. And she grabbed a cross from off the wall. And once she grabbed it, he just turned violent. But my mom was able to hold him down. And my uncle's a very, very, very strong. He like he was a gymnast, like he was an athletic. You know, he was very, very physically strong, probably the strongest one in our family. But my mom was somehow, while saying like, "Help me, Jesus," was able to hold him down. And then the second my grandma put that cross on his chest and said, "He loves you," I will never forget it. My uncle kicked, like violently kicked, and then knocked over the coffee table. And I remember my Cheerios spilling over, and then I start crying because now I'm freaked out because I'm seeing like this literally like a demonic exorcism going on. And then my grandma, 6 years old, by herself with this cross in her hand, was able to pin down my uncle, who is so physically strong, but in the symbolism of God, was able to hold him down. And I'll never forget it. They said, call Pastor Tom. That was the pastor of the church. And this is something I will never forget. Now, where they were at, they couldn't see the front door, but I could see the front door. And as right when Pastor Tom pulled up, he literally just pulled up in the car. My uncle just started vomiting, like just crazily just vomiting, and immediately was calm. And then Pastor Tom came in and said, "Are you ready, Kenny?" And he looked at him and said, "Yeah." And they walked away out of the house. And I didn't see my uncle for like 3 to 4 years. Pastor Tom took him to a Christian home. And then my uncle came back as the strongest believer out of all of our family. He was the rock of our family in belief. And I will never forget this, how powerful the word of God is, because my grandmother was just like saying these scriptures over and over. And it's to me, I'm sorry, I'm like crying right now because I'm so emotional. I'm so tired in recalling it. So like it still affects me to this day of how powerful the name is, and the belief is that he literally casted out demons that day. And it's amazing to me because that's something that I have held since that age. I have held. This is why I believe, because I've seen this spiritual unseen reality. And unfortunately, a lot of people in these servers, maybe they've never experienced something like that, so they don't have the same belief. You know what I mean?
I do, and I believe every single word you just spoke because the same thing sort of happened to me. I was in high school and I was dating the quarterback of the football team. He was this good-looking guy, and he got killed in a car accident. I honestly thought I was going to marry him, and I was very mad at God. And I'd always been raised in the church, but I was angry. And so for months, it's a wonder God didn't send down a lightning bolt and strike me down, because I was so angry. And then one night in my bedroom, I dropped to my knees and I said, my heart just hurt. It just hurt. And I told God I couldn't take it anymore, that I needed him to help me. And I felt this spirit come over me from the top of my head down to my feet. And when I stood up, I was just a different person. And so I went over to my best friend's house, who was just, she wasn't a bad person, but she wasn't like, she was dating a guy that was leading her down this terrible path. And as I'm coming in the back door, he's going out. And he looked at me so strange and called me by my name. And he said, "Is that you?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "You just look so different." And so when he left. And so when I approached her, she said, "What's going on?" And I said, what do you mean? And she said, you've got this light on your face. And I told her, she knew how heartbroken I was. And I told her what happened to me. And she immediately started crying. And she said, I'm a terrible person. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, you just don't know. And she said, I need to go wake up my mom. And I just, you just don't know. And so she had her purse. She opened up her purse and she had these pills in there that this boyfriend had given her. And he had, constantly wanted her to smoke marijuana, which I'd never done. And she knew that I wasn't going to go for all that. So we were best friends, yet she had kept all this from me, this side of her. And she woke her mother up and they went and she confessed all this. She flushed it down the commode. And to this day, she's a strong Christian. And it changed our lives that very night, both of us.
Nice.
So evidently, God's light was on me, and she said it completely changed me, my appearance, everything. She said she could see it. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's very, very, real to me, seeing the transformations of people from one side or the other. And I don't know, that's just an experience that, wow, that solidified my faith at such a young age. Because just to witness that is just one of those things you'll just never forget.
Well, and it did change my life. And we went in our high school and we began to tell people that we were different. And some of our friends were okay with it. And some of our friends turned on us, like hated us. From that moment forward, we were cool. We were great with them up until we made a change. And one of our friends that we'd been with for years, I mean, she literally hated our guts. And I realized, see, all this is so significant now because it showed me that dark can't be with light. It just can't.
Absolutely.
And that is why on Discord, when we go over there to that other server, they hate us because we're the light and they're the dark.
Yeah, that reminds me of way back when I used to work as a salesman for a Radio Shack, and there was this guy who we suspected is always stealing. He's always stealing when he goes into the little, cubby part of where all these items are, on pegs. And I remember going up to him and saying, "Hey, can I help you?" He's like, "No, I'm good." But my manager told me, stay with him because he's going to steal something. So I'm like, all right, I'll be right here. And he's like, he looked at me and I can see in his face, demonic. He's like, get away from me. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm going to take a couple steps back, but I'm going to be right here in case you have any questions on anything you're looking at to buy. He's like, nah, man, get away from me. Why are you watching me? He started getting violent. And then my manager comes up. He's like, no, hold on. He shoos me away. It's okay. Just let him be. Because he saw that, the direction that conversation was going. But the darkness doesn't like when the light is being shone upon it. And I know what you're saying in relation to that, because if you're trying to steal, you don't like people watching you or seeing you do it, because that's the way demons work. They like to do their bidding in the darkness. So when you bring light, they can't even, they can't exist in the light, right? You know what I'm saying?
They can't. It went so far in our high school. Now, if you can believe this, that we offended them so bad and they were so mad that they put posters and would tape them up in our high school walls. And I ran into this guy that was behind all this. Another friend of mine, we ran into him about 3 months ago. And, but in these posters, it was an S period, C period, U period, M period, which stood for scum.
Yeah.
And do you know what he said? He told his I guess his people or whatever. This is terrible. I y'all forgive me for even repeating it. But he said it stood for shitty cunt urinary mothers. And
Wow.
I could not believe, but that is how bad they hated us. And when we would walk down the hall, he'd say, "What do you think about that? What do you think about that?" That's what I think about what you're doing. I mean, it was bad. It was real bad. It split my friends right down the middle.
Yeah.
When-
I remember my cousin, my cousin Adam, when his mom, my aunt Kathy, she was in a car accident and she was paralyzed. And I must have been about 12 or 13 and he must have been about 16, 17 years old. And I remember him in the hospital slugging walls and he was cursing God. He was like, "How can you let this happen to my mom?" And he hated God. He absolutely hated God because how can God do this to my mom? Who is like, man, my Aunt Kathy is such a beautiful spirit. She is an amazing woman. Even today, she's in a wheelchair, paralyzed, and she's still the amazing woman that she was back then. But he was so angry and cursed God, and still to this day, you know, I think he's finally, he's repented of that and has drawn close to him. Thank God, right? Like, thankfully, but he's
yes,
finally come to realize, like, the greater understanding, of why horrible things happen to people. And luckily, he's been saved and he's now walking on a path still lukewarm, but he's still on, at least, I think he's at least savable, if you will. Like, I know that there's a scripture that says that those that follow the letter to the T, for translation, that they will be called great in heaven, and those who are loose and relaxed and teach it to be, they will be called least in heaven. But at least he possibly will be in heaven. You know what I mean? Because that's what
exactly.
it says.
Yeah. See, that was my point a little bit ago when I said, even up until like maybe 8 months ago, I think I would have gone to heaven, but I wasn't separating myself like I am now. God has got me completely. He had to ostracize me to do this,
Yeah.
and I understand it now. I get it now.
Yeah.
You know, me and Belle are sisters.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And, her and my mom both, all my life, they had been religious. And me, I was like lukewarm too. I mean, because we grew up in church. But let me tell you, Belle drugged me, literally, to an evangelist one time because she
Uh-huh.
didn't want to go by herself. And I was just not really into that kind of thing at the time. But I went because she just kept on and kept on. But I told her, I said, now look, I'll go with you. But I said, if that joker comes over to me or tries to single me out or whatever, I'm out of there. And she said, no, that won't happen. That won't happen. It'll be fine. We'll sit at the back and we'll just listen and then we'll leave.
Yeah.
So we sat there and he went through the spiel. And we got up to leave, and lo and behold,
I could already guessed it. I saw a mile coming away.
well, the minister grabbed a hold of me, literally, and because I was beelining to the car, and Belle goes, "Wait, wait, wait, let you know." And he told me, he said, "Why don't you use your gift?" And I was looking at her thinking, I'm going to kill you when we get to the car. And I tried to ignore him like I was trying to get out of there. And of course, Belle, being the inquisitive person she is, she looked at me and goes, "What gift? What gift? What is he talking about?" And I said, "I don't know what he's talking about. I think he's got me mixed up." He goes, "Yes, you do. Why don't you use the gift that God gave you?" And I was thinking, I don't have no gift. Well, so needless to say, we got in the car. Finally, we got loose and we got in the car, and I'm just ranting and raving. And of course, Belle's saying, what gift is he talking about? And I said, "I don't have a gift. I don't know what you're talking about." But later, I had, and I know this is going to sound crazy,
Oh,
but,
believe me, I know crazy. So go on.
well, but I see things like before they happen.
Yeah.
And at first I thought, this is crazy. My mind's going running away from me. I'm no psychic. That's crazy. But as I started inquiring to God about it, the more he showed me. And it's been amazing. And sometimes it's not a good thing. Sometimes I wish that I didn't. So a lot of times I don't ask him to show me things, because one thing he did show me was very, very hard, because it was the passing of my father.
Oh,
But it's really, it was a blessing too, because it was a preparation for what was to come.
yeah,
Um, so it's kind of been, the closer that I've drawn, the more he shows me.
absolutely. My,
It's just been amazing.
I know what you mean, and you're not crazy at all, because my dad, I have a scar on the back of my head to prove it. He when I was 3 years old, my dad told my mom, "Watch out for David. He's going." That's my name. He said he's going to fall. He's going to climb up the dresser and fall and hit the coffee table, and he's going to bust his head open. And my mom already knew of my father's, my dad's gift, because he would have visions, and on the third day they would come into fruition. So even till this day, my mom jokes. She said, "I tried everything." She said, "When I used the restroom, I brought me in." Like, she would bring me into the restroom when she used the restroom. Like, she was really trying to keep an eye on me. And she said, lo and behold, the second I ran into the kitchen to check the rice, David falls and busts his head open. And my dad has a gift as well, where he sees things, and 3 days later they come true. And and this is one of those things where, you know any skeptic could believe what they want, but you're not going to take away that truth from me. I literally have a scar on my head to prove it. And the story is, so on the second day, my brother, who's Danny, he's 6 years older than me, he actually fell and hit his head on the coffee table. And my mom asked my dad, "Are you sure it wasn't Danny? Because he hit his head." He's like, "Nope. First of all, it's David, and he's going to bust his head open. So just keep an eye on him. Be prepared." And sure enough, the following day, that's exactly what happened. And so I know what you mean by the gift of prophecy, of the gift of premonitions. This is something that actually passed on to me, because I too also started having visions, and they would come to pass. And my sister as well. My sister right now, till this day, she's very, very, uh she's what some people are starting to call, she's a witch. Because my sister, she spends hours meditating, and she calls them as they are. She just receives the signals from the spiritual world, and she says it. And a lot of people are now starting to go to her, like, "Hey, tell me, like almost like a fortune teller. But I told her, you better be careful because it might be looked at as like demonic, like stay away from fortune tellers, it tells us in the scriptures. And she's like, no, I know. She's like, that's why I don't charge. I don't, I'm not trying to profit off of it. I just relay the messages. I'm just the messenger. And sure enough, one of the biggest things that she prophesied was our aunt passing away, and she called it, and that made everybody in our family realize, whoa, you have a gift. Because before our aunt Debbie passed away, my sister Terry said, hey, I had a dream, I had a vision that Auntie Debbie fell, and she hurt her head, and then she died. Nobody believed her, and sure enough, my aunt Debbie was she was drunk this night. She got drunk. She started drinking heavily because of her situation. She was just trying to drown the sorrow, and sure enough, she was climbing the stairs that are on the side of the house where the driveway is, and there's steps up to the side door that led into the kitchen. And my cousin Sean was walking before her, and he till this day is frightened by the look that she gave him as she was falling backwards from the stairs, and she hit her head so hard in the concrete. They took her to the hospital. Oh no, they didn't take her to the hospital because she was like, no, I'm fine, I'm fine. Well, she fell asleep and never woke up, and she passed away. And that's one of those things where it kind of solidified my sister's gift, just like you're saying. So that's why I said I've seen crazy, like what we call crazy. I've seen it, and I've experienced it, me personally too. I've lived it where I saw something, and I had a vision, like in broad daylight. I wasn't even sleeping. It wasn't even a dream. It's literally something I saw, as if a movie screen popped in front of my head, in front of my eyes, and I saw it happening, and it came to pass. And I remember telling my dad, like, hey dad, I saw something, it came true. And he assured me. He was like, yep. He goes, I agree, because in our bloodline, I remember my dad told me something very mysteriously. He said, you have no idea what our bloodline is. And that's all he said. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that refers to, but I remember him saying, you have no idea our bloodline. So it makes sense that my children also have this gift. And I've been very, very quiet on these Discord servers about that, and I really never shared that, to be honest. Um, but it's just one of those things where I look at it as, I just stay quiet about it. I don't really share it.
Oh, trust me, I do too, because I've tried to explain it to just very few people know that, but it is the most vivid. I mean, like in some dreams, you don't remember details, but in those kinds of things, you remember everything, every single detail.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. My dad, I remember he used to tell us, um, keep a journal by the side of your bed, write down what you dreamt, because that way you have record of it. And I never did it. I just like, yeah, whatever, I'll just remember it. But I see why he's saying that, because there is a purpose for our dreams. And he says that, here's a funny story. Um Actually, well, not too funny, but here's a funny story. My dad, because he has this gift, the mother of my children, who I'm divorced from now, her dad had a really crazy dream, and it scared him. And when he told us, about his dream, we left that night, and I told her, "Hey, do you want me to ask my dad, what that means? Because my dad could interpret it." And she was like, "I don't know. Like, my dad's really private. Like, he might get angry." I was like, "Well, you let me know. I just think that my dad will be a good source to go to." And but she didn't believe me. She didn't believe that my dad had this gift. And I told her, her name's Maritza. I was like, "Maritza, I have a scar on the back of my head that has proven to me since I was a kid of this spiritual world." And she's like, "Okay, that's fine. Let's call him." So my dad's like, "Yeah, let's meet up at Chuck E. Cheese, and I could talk to you while the kids were playing." And okay, cool. So we go to Chuck E. Cheese, and the kids go run off and play all the video games and everything, the balls and everything. And I tell him everything in detail, and he's all right. He's like, "I'll let you know when I get to Gmail." This was before Google was even in existence. There was no Gmail back then, but he called it Gmail because he used to call it God Mail. Like, he would get a message from God. It's so funny because he used to call it Gmail. "I'll let you know when I get my Gmail." This was before it even existed, which is crazy in itself. So okay, a week later, he calls me. He says, "Hey, um, let's go to Chuck E. Cheese, and I'll tell you what happened, what message I got." So we go to Chuck E. Cheese again, and the kids go and play, and he brings out a notepad, and he had scriptures written down, and he had notes. He had all the revelation, because in my dad's dreams, there's a person, an entity that visits him and tells him these things. And all he does is just wake up and he records it, whatever that person said. So my dad looks at Maritza and says, "Mija, don't be alarmed. I'm not saying this to scare you, but your dad needs to go to the hospital immediately, as soon as possible, because it could happen anytime where he could pass away, because he has high blood." Now, my dad has never met him ever, knew nothing about even my wife at the time, knew nothing about her family. He didn't know that she had a brother or a sister. He knew nothing about her family. And my dad tells her, um, he has high blood pressure, and and he has it because of you. You're the reason. You're stressing him out. You are the reason behind his anguish, behind his frustration, behind his stress. And she looked at him like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" And then he goes, "Your dad, his house is not a home. He doesn't feel like you or your brother." And mind you, my dad did not know that she had a brother. And he says, "You and your brother don't visit him enough, and his house is empty. He has an emptiness inside of him." So then that was all. He was like, "Okay, so all right." We ate pizza, we left, and she was just tripping out. The following weekend, we go to his house, and meanwhile, before that, I say, "Hey, should we tell your dad, like, he should go to the doctors?" And she was like, "No, because if he finds out that we told your dad his personal business, his dream, he's going to get angry." I'm like, "Well, I don't know. I think we should probably tell him, because my dad was pretty, like, adamant about him. He needs to go see a doctor." Well, fast forward a week later, we go over to, their house, so that way the kids could spend some time with the grandparents. And we're at the dinner table, and I'll never forget it. Her dad, out of nowhere, he takes off his glasses, and he looks at her, and he says, "I have something to tell you." And she's like eating her spaghetti. I'll never forget it. We're eating spaghetti, and she's eating, and he goes, "I went to the doctors, and they said that I'm lucky to be alive because my blood pressure is so high. I could have died at any moment, from it. And her face dropped. Literally, it looked like she saw a ghost because I think at that moment she's remembering what my dad told her. And then he goes, "You know what, Maritza? I have so much stress because of you." And she just started crying at that point. She just started bawling because, again, these were my dad's words. And he goes, "And you know what? This home is not a home. You guys don't visit me enough." And she like started bawling even more. She's like, "Oh my God," like in amazement that my dad, who knows nothing about them, has never known anything about them, he prophesied everything that she's hearing. And at that moment, I'm just looking at her like, "I told you," like I told you my dad has a gift. Well, when we left that night from the house, she was like, "That's crazy." That's all she said. "That is crazy." And I'm like, "Well, I told you. The things that are unseen are more real than the things you can see." And at that point, she became a believer. That's God's honest truth.
Wow. I believe that. Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
I've
I'm telling you, I put that on my 5 children. That is a real story. I'll never lie to you. Everything I'm going to tell you is factual. I'm never going to lie to anybody about these things.
well, I've been praying about something for a while now. I've been single for a long time and I get very lonely. And so, I've been praying, Lord, are you going to send me somebody? And I've often thought about asking Gabriella, will I ever remarry? Will I ever find somebody?
Mm.
And I've been afraid to because, you know, if the Lord says no, like every day, I keep thinking he's going to drop somebody at my doorstep.
Yeah. Hand delivered.
Yeah. And so I've been very hesitant. But, I write it in my prayer journal, and I say, Lord, my unspoken prayer is between you and I.
Yeah.
Because one day when I'm dead and gone, if my children read my prayer journal, I don't really want them to see that, I guess.
Well, and I'll tell Belle, please don't ask me. There's some things I don't want to know. I don't want to ask because it was very alarming with my dad. Because at first I wanted to believe it was just a dream. It was just a dream. That's not real. I have struggled with that one.
I can imagine. That's
But I realized that it wasn't a dream when he was in surgery. And I had to
yeah.
tell my mom. I had to take her outside and I said, "Mom, I need to tell you something." And she said, "What?" And I said, "Dad's not gonna make it through this."
What was he
And
having surgery on?
he was having a bypass with his leg. He had an artery. He had a ulcer on his foot that we couldn't get healed because of the blood flow. And but I knew, I mean, when he was in surgery, I knew the moment that God told me that was not a dream.
Yeah.
That was what was going to happen because I can remember where I was and I jumped up and I said, "It's been too long. It's been too long. So something's bad wrong." And it was that I knew at that moment that we we weren't going to survive at this time.
Yeah.
And it was so weird because my dad knew I knew. And my dad wasn't a real big religious person, but the night before, we actually took him home with the doctor. Not the doctor was not wanting him to go home, I stayed with him, and he looked over at me and he said, "We need to talk about something." And I said, "What?" And he said, "You know what?"
Wow.
And he said, "Now, you and I both know that I'm not going to make it out of here. Oh,
Wow.
this is the end of the road, but I want to go home."
Wow.
And, that was tough because my mom was like blown away. And at midnight, I walked back over to the hotel where she was resting, and I flung the door open and turned the lights on. And I said, "Mother, we're going home tomorrow." And she was like, "Your dad's not in any shape to go home. Your sister's going to have a fit." And I said, "Mother, we're going home tomorrow."
Wow.
And I said, "I know you think this is crazy, but we've got to get out of here, because if we don't, he's going to die down here. And he wants to go home."
He didn't want to die in the hospital. And so we did bring him home, and God let us have him, what, about a month?
Well, 2 weeks after we got home.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I kept, Gabriella had told me, and I could not accept it. And I kept saying, "No, no, we're going to get him better. We're going to get him better." And she kept saying, "Well, you can keep thinking that, but we're
Yeah.
not." And I kept saying, "No, no, no. We're going to get him to the wound center." And the night before he died, the next day, I was there, and I was sobbing. I was just sobbing by his bed. And I said, "Dad," and he told me, he said, "You are the oldest, and I want you to get in there, and I want you to sit up and act like somebody." And he said, "I want you to take care of your mother and your sister."
Mm.
And when my mother came out, she had gone in there to get ready for bed, and she came out, and I was just sitting there. And she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, Dad told me to come in here and sit down and act like somebody, and I'm just honoring what he said."
Yeah.
But that I truly, even then, was hanging on to, we were going to go to the wound center and get him healed, and but he did know, and he knew. Out of both of us, I was the one that just could not deal with it.
Yeah.
So, but
But it was so strange in the whole time. He thought I could see what he saw, if that makes sense. Like we were waiting for the ambulance, because we had to bring him home by ambulance. And he kept looking over. It was almost like my mom was not in the room. Like he was like talking to me, because he thought I could see what God was showing him.
Yeah.
And he would say to me, "Do you see them?" And I'd say, "See what?" And he'd say, "The angels." And I said, "Dad, I don't see any angels." He goes, "You can't see those?" Like as if to say, "I know God told you all this, so I just assumed you could see all this."
Nice. That's beautiful, by the way. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
and I was like, "No, I don't see them, but what do they look like?" But let me tell you, after, and a lot of people don't believe this, and I can't help it, because they say people don't come back from the dead or whatever. But I was so distraught. I asked God, I said, "You showed me all this, and I don't know why." But I said, "Please, please just let me see him one more time." I had to see this horrific stuff for whatever reason. Please just let me. And do you know, a couple of days later, I did. And
Wow.
what he described to me is exactly the way it is.
Wow. That's
It
awesome.
is it is the wildest thing, because You don't speak to people like we're speaking. I knew it was my dad. I never saw his face. You cannot look on the face.
Yeah.
And it's just a bright light, but you know in your spirit who that person is without ever moving your lips. You know what they're saying. It is
Yeah.
the wildest thing in this world. And I got to see everything he described to me that he was seeing on his deathbed.
Wow.
He even told my sister, he said, when he said, "Can you not see them?" And she said, "No." And he said, "There's angels." And she said, "Well, Dad, what do they look like?" And you tell him, Gabriella, what
And
he
he said, they've got curly hair, but I can't see their face.
Yeah.
I can't make out their face. And that's exactly, I knew that it was my dad, but I could not see his face. But I knew everything that he was saying to me, and I knew, and in this deal that I have, I sometimes look back at myself to think, and I know this is so crazy, but I saw my lips weren't moving. I was like thinking in my mind at the time, how do I know what he is saying?
Yeah.
And we're not. It's weird, and I guess that was God's way of showing me what he was seeing that I didn't.
Yeah.
But all was well. He was well. He was, and he told me, I'm not coming back. And he said it's okay.
Yeah, he told her, he said her nickname was Mouse. And he called her Mouse. He said, "I went in with good intentions, Mouse.
It just didn't work out.
It just didn't work out."
Wow.
And
And
and I can remember saying, I mean, when I saw him, I was running off at the mouth without ever moving my lips like, "Dad, what happened? What did they do to you back there?" Blah, blah, blah. And he kind of put up his hand and he said, "That's, stop. Quit asking so many questions. It doesn't matter."
Yeah.
And
It,
and it was just the wildest thing ever. But I've not had any. I've never seen him since.
well, it's put on my heart right now to share something with you guys. Personally, um, you guys, you guys know what an amoeba is?
An amoeba.
Yeah, it's like when they look at it under a petri dish, it's like
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
circle, but it's all weird and wobbly. It has no
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
form. Okay, let that be a part of the story. You'll understand what I'm saying. So I used to sleep in the living room every night because the living room is the closest point of entry in the house to the front door, as well as the side kitchen door to the backyard. So for some reason, I always would be on Xbox playing video games while the mother of my children would sleep long down the hallway, as well as my kids. I was never comfortable sleeping in the bedroom because I felt like if something should happen, my children's rooms are closer to the front door. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So one night, I'm playing video games. It was like 2 in the morning, maybe 3 in the morning, and I get offline. I turn off the TV and I lay down on the couch to go to sleep. And I'm just in there. I'm laying there in my thoughts, thinking like what I could have done better while playing the video game. Like I should have went for bomb B, but I went for bomb A. Like just stupid stuff. But all of a sudden, I see myself, and I'm like zoomed out of my body. I can see myself laying in the couch. I can see the top of my head, on top of the. I'm sorry. I can see the top of my house, and then all of a sudden I can see the city, and all of a sudden I can see the country, and I'm like zooming away from this earth, and I turn around, and there's this small little star-looking light, and I'm zooming to it to this speed that is just unmeasurable. And as I get closer to it, the light's becoming greater and greater and greater to where it's almost as if standing on the beach and you look up at the sky, and as far as you can see left and right and forward and backwards is all light. A beautiful, amazing light. And as I'm getting closer to it, I see these three pillars of light. They're like they're like they're like you know those long lights like in hallways or in buildings where you have those long fluorescent light bulbs, but
Mm-hmm.
but they're vertical though. They're not horizontal. They're flat. They're vertical, like as if like three lights standing in front of you. And as I get closer, these lights are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, like literally like skyscrapers. But I can see this chair, almost as if a throne, and and this place was so huge, amazing colors I've never seen, so beautiful. And then all of a sudden, there's this voice that fills the entire space. Imagine like if you're in an elevator and you hear music and it just fills up that whole elevator. Now imagine if you went outside and there's a speaker that can fill the whole sky. It was so scary, and I'll never forget. And it says it once it started speaking, I was so scared. I like it, I like cringed, like ducked, as if like someone threw something and they say duck, and you flinch down, like whoa, like protecting your head. But this voice was so loud. I don't remember the beginning of it, but it said, in the name of, like a deep, rumbling, thunderous voice. It said something, 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 Yah. That's all I remember is Yah at the end. And it said, go and tell everybody what you see is real. And at that point, I'm sent back into the couch. I get it from the couch, and on my ceiling in the living room, there's four amoebas, as if illuminated from a projector in the four corners. And I jump up, and I'm scared. I'm like, what just happened, right? Like I'm scared out of my mind. This happened in 2010. I run into the room, and I wake up, the mother of my children. I'm like, Maritza, get up, get up, get up. And she's like, what? I'm like, come here, come here, come here. I have to show you something. And she's like, what's wrong? I'm like, hurry, hurry. She gets up, like, like half awake. And I take her to the living room. I said, do you see the lights on the wall, on the ceiling? And she's like, yeah, what are those? And I tell her, you'll never believe what happened. And she goes, are you drunk? The first thing she said, are you drunk? I'm like, no, I'm completely sober. Like, just listen. And I told her exactly what I saw. And I remember her saying, that's whoa, like that's crazy. That's all she would ever say. That's crazy. She goes, that's crazy. And she went back to bed, and I went to bed in the living room. And I remember the next day I called my uncle, the one I spoke about earlier. That's like the rock of of the family as far as faith. And I tell him, he's like, man, that's amazing, man, that God showed you that. You know what though? I felt I felt so small though, because I didn't profess it. I didn't go out and tell everybody. I didn't do what I was instructed to do at that time. And then but the spirit though visited me one night, and I was told I will only tell those that are meant to hear that. And that freaked me out. I'm like, oh, that's why I don't just blab it out, like meet some stranger at a bus stop. Like, hey, let me tell you about something. Heaven is real, God is real. Like, no, only for those who are meant to hear it will hear it. And still to this day. So I'm sharing this with you guys because I felt like it was on my spirit and it was on my heart to share that with you. So I just want to thank you for listening.
I believe it. I do.
Yeah. No, I hope so, because that's my reality.
Yep, I know exactly. I believe it too.
And I do. I believe God reveals things to people that he can trust. That There are very few of us out here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
And that,
because for
I,
a long time I thought I was crazy. Like I was thinking I'm just nuts. This is not. I can't tell people this because they're gonna think I'm nuts.
hmm That's why when you said you couldn't see their face, I know exactly what you mean. I couldn't see these entities that were on these three lights. I couldn't see a face. I could only see the leg and the back part of this throne. That's all I could see because the lights were so bright. I was literally just looking at lights at that point. There was nothing more than lights. And then I remembered in the scriptures where God is light. And I was like, wow, that's revelations right there.
Yeah, well,
So,
I had a similar experience like that too. I had a very traumatizing situation happen to me with my child, and and it's not traumatizing. I mean, there's a lot of things worse. So let me just be clear on that. But at the time, that was as bad as it got for me. I never been through anything
yeah.
so traumatic. But anyway, I remember I was so frantic that I was just ready to die because I did not think I could deal with it. And I know exactly about what you said when you said you could see yourself laying on your couch because a very similar thing happened to me where I looked down and it was in the middle of the night and I could see my body laying in the bed and I honest to God felt the ceiling with my hands. I can remember getting to the top of the ceiling and putting my hands up saying, hold up, God. Wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm not ready to go because I knew that's where I was going. God was going to, if that's what I wanted so badly, I don't think I think he was going to let me decide that or he would have took me. But when I got to the top of the ceiling, I was nose to the light fixture. And I felt the sheetrock on the ceiling when I said no, and I remember dropping like a rock back in that bed, and I was wide awake, and I was thinking, if I wasn't dreaming because I'm wide awake, or was I dreaming? What? That's when it first started. I questioned a lot of it. I was like, I can't tell anybody. This was just a dream, but it wasn't a dream. It was God let me truly decide on what I wanted to do, I think, because he knew I really didn't want to, but I had to know I really didn't want to. Does that make sense?
no, yeah, I totally understand what you're saying.
But I remember dropping back in that bed, like dropping and
Yeah.
thinking, I jumped up out of that bed thinking, what just happened? Was that for real? Was I asleep? And
Yeah.
that was what, Bale, years before I told y'all that because I was like, they're going to think I'm nuts.
yeah, yeah. And you would have to know her history. She has these spells. And she's had a
Anxiety.
yeah, they're called anxiety seizures. And I never understood it, but whenever she got a shot or whenever they were going to draw blood or do anything, she would have these. And I would tell people I was the only one, me and my mom, that could go with her. And we would try to prepare the nurses and the doctors. I would tell them, hey, when you go to do this, she's going to have a spell. And they would always pat me on my shoulder and say, honey, we see this kind of stuff all the time. We know what's going on. And I was like, no, 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 no. I don't think y'all do.
Mm.
I'm going to need help in this room to hold her on this bed. She's going to have a spell like you've never seen. So I was with her and she had one of these spells. And before it happened, I told the nurse, and of course, she pats me and says, yeah, we see this all the time. We're prepared. Well, when she has them, they're so horrific. And it's almost like she is dying. So when they went to do whatever they were going to do, she is sitting there, and all of a sudden I tell the nurse, "Uh-oh, it's happening. And the nurse says, I've got this. Well, she starts drawing and moaning and coming off the table. The nurse says, oh my God. So she runs out in the hall and is screaming for the doctor. He comes running in, tells them, get her over to the emergency room. And I'm like, no, we don't need to get her to the emergency room. This will pass. I'm telling y'all, this happens every time. They put her in the hospital. And of course she came out of it. So, you know, when our dad died, like if I were to start to, like, let's say I was in a car accident or something and I was bunged up, it would bring on one of these spells, you know.
Yeah.
So our dad died a very horrific death in front of us. And somehow God carried her through it, because what happened was that night that I was there, and I thought in my mind everything was going to be fine. Well, he had an incision from his kneecap down to his ankle bone. And when I kept saying I thought we could get him to the wound center, the wound never would heal. And it was that long, and it went to the bone. And so my mom she was a nurse. So, you know, we had people also coming in to help us. We kept that incision closed, but it never would heal. Well, my thing was, well, if we can just get him to the wound center, you know, we're going to get this healed. Gabriella already knew in her heart it wasn't going to happen, but she didn't have the heart, you know, even though at that point she was still, you know, trying to, you know, I guess comfort me that maybe we could. So that morning I'm on my way to work, and Gabriella had just been there to see him. And she called me and she said, I just wanted to let you know Dad's doing great. He was actually sitting up in the bed. He had a good breakfast. So, you know, you don't have to go by till lunch. And I said, great. So, I start to work, my phone rings. My mother is screaming in the phone, calling my name, hurry, hurry, hurry. In my mind, I'm thinking that maybe Dad has had a heart attack or something. So I'm semi trying to prepare myself. I knew something had happened. I just didn't know what. So when I get there, she's got towels. She is literally out of her mind, screaming her head off. My dad is sitting up in the bed and he bled to death in front of us. And I called her and I said, hurry and get to the house. And she said, what's wrong? And I just told her, I said, just hurry, you know, because I knew she'd never forgive me if, you know, I knew she would want to see him, you know. And when she came in, normally that would have put her in the hospital, that we would have had her on a stretcher. But by the grace of God, I don't even know how she did it, but she made it through it. And it was horrific.
And that is why God showed me in advance to
Yeah.
prepare me and to let me know I'm with you.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough, but I've prepared you, and I'm going to be with you. And I didn't realize it at the time. I was mad. I was like, why did you do that to me? Why did you show me that? Why did I have to see that?
Yeah.
But I know why now.
Of course. Yeah, the hindsight, right? 2020.
Right. So,
Yeah.
you know, but it's crazy. I mean, it is. It's crazy, you know, and now there's just little things that God will show me, you know, but I tell Southern all the time, don't ask me. I don't want to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't ask her anything because I guess I'm I know if we ask, I know God will tell us. I know He will. And I don't, I guess my thing is, whatever's going to happen, He'll prepare us to get through it.
Yeah, I just some things I just don't. It's like, oh, I don't want to know. But then there's some things that God just reveals to me, and 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 I don't even know it till I speak it out of my mouth, and then it's like confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's that.
In other words, I guess telling me, well, look, dum dum, if you don't ask, I'm still going to show you. You know, because I
Yeah.
mean, it's just crazy. It is crazy, you know it. But I'm
Yeah.
so thankful that He thinks enough of me to do, you know, because I'm certainly not worthy
Yeah. I know what you
for
mean.
Him, you know, to be showing me anything.
You know, as it is written, he takes the least of us, right? He'll take a fool to confound the wise, right? Like he'll take the weak, to show up the strong. And that's a blessing, to be a vessel. For instance, people that are in other servers that may talk down to both of you, they have no idea that, okay, maybe you're not as learned as them in these subjects they speak about, but you guys have the truth in the spiritual realm, and the things that you say will make them to be fools. And that's a beautiful thing. It's a lovely thing. And I at times I find myself being thankful for that. Thank you for putting me in someone's path that thinks so high of themselves, but then for my words to to somehow resonate inside them, to lower them, to let them realize that they are not maybe who they think they are, or as high and mighty as they are, because there is
Well,
one that is mightier.
well, let me just tell you, me and Bale, we're not the sharpest knives in the drawer, but those guys, they it tears them up that they cannot change our opinion. Like they it tears them up because we're like not into flat earth. We don't care. I mean, they think we're the biggest idiots that ever was. And we are, because our thing is when we go in there and they're talking about flat earth, we're like, who gives a rip? Like, you never fell off the earth. What difference in your life is it gonna make whether it's round or flat? Who cares? Well, they get belligerent when we say that. They're like, y'all are so stupid. What's going on? And we're like, none of this matters. Are
Yeah,
you kidding? None of this matters. What matters is what's going on and where you're going at the end of your life. That matters.
yeah,
The
yeah.
rest of this mess is ridiculous for you to be worrying about and doing this much research on and trying to prove something.
Yeah.
We don't get that.
It's interesting because I know somebody that they never thought of the earth being a shape. They just always known it to be what it is.
That's
And
us.
yeah, and the fact that it was never a thought to be a ball spinning through an infinite vacuum is the knowledge and understanding that I think the spirit has blessed them with, to where you're not, as it says in the scriptures, like don't even involve yourself in those babblings, in those conversations that are fruitless. And it says they speak of science that is not of God. And
Well, I'm telling you, I don't know if you've ever been in there, but it is just, we sit in amazement.
what server? Send me an invite. I'm not sure if I'm there or not, but send me an invite.
Is it? It's Flat Earth Debate and More.
Well,
Um,
it's called Debate Flat Earth. It's Jim Panda's server. And we ended up over there by accident. And we have literally been the light over there.
what?
So
Can you send me an invite? I don't think I have that server.
sure.
But now listen, they are a vicious bunch of wolves.
Oh, that's okay. You know those.
I know we love it. Like we love it. We go in there and we tear down the playhouse every time we go. We get off on what's going to happen, and you wouldn't believe at some of the excuses for some of the prophecy that we've said was going to happen. They make every scientific excuse for why it happened and how that is never going to be of God. It's of man that you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah. I just messaged you, Belle. I'm banned from there. I can't even. You would have to contact, the owner and have him unban me in the list, and then you could send me an invite.
Oh, okay. Well, I can
Do
do
you,
that.
do you
I'll
know who banned you?
No, well, actually, I think it might have been the bot because my account was hacked, and it sent out. It was like a worm, and it sent out to all my contacts and all my servers that I'm, affiliated with, to every channel. And it was a worm that was going around, and it was like a hacked account, and a lot of people actually, this happened to a lot of people. So I think that's why I'm still like banned from it. I know, like Earth Awakenings, this one, Geo hit me up personally. He's like, "Hey, what are all these posts?" And I replied, "Hey, I was like, there's a worm. I'm sorry, like it was a hack, and I got it from somebody that I know. So they sent it to me. Then I opened it, and then that worm digitally was spread out to everybody I know in the servers. So he's like, okay. He's like, I understand. He's like, no, I know you. So I'm gonna unban you. And then he unbanned me. Then he invited me, but this server didn't do that. So if you want to,
I noticed was Bale, was that Rig from? I noticed somebody in here. Was that Rig in this server earlier?
yeah, Riggs was here earlier. Yeah.
I don't know that that's the same rig that's over in Jim's. Is he from Australia?
No. He's not from Australia. That's a
Yeah,
different Rig.
Okay.
it's a
Oh,
different
okay.
one.
Okay.
What I need to do, that server is dying. So right now they would probably love anybody to join. I mean, they are dying. Um let me reach out to Queen right now and see if she'll unban you. Hang on.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm just telling you, it will blow your mind at the things that they come up with. Anything but God. Anything, it blows our minds. It's like, you know, um, there's a couple in there that they just get downright ugly. They'll just call you everything in the book. So just be prepared. But we have decided we're not letting them get the best of us. And if we can reach 2 people out of 40, we've done something. And
Absolutely.
and so far there's been a couple when we go in, they reference us now and they're like, what's going on? Tell us something else. Now the
Yeah.
rest of the server gets mad and says, why don't y'all go to another room? But they're starting to get better. They're starting to where they don't call us everything in the book. Now and like you, I'm not as good as you and Bale because now I get mad and I throw a fit sometimes and then I have to ask God to forgive me. But he already knows that I'm a hothead and I say some stuff sometimes that I feel terrible about later. But sometimes I just, I lose it and I don't
How
talk
do
like
you
they.
spell your name?
Uh,
Apocryphon.
Apocryphon, Apocryphon. PHON.
APO. All right. APOC.
RYHON.
Okay.
What'd she say?
I'm just texting her.
Okay. This lady she's talking about, she hated our guts, but now she likes us, so.
Yeah. Let me see what she says. Because they are a dying service.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to have someone else come in that.
Well, Dacion's like us.
Yeah, Dacion is. But they've scared him so bad, he doesn't even talk much anymore.
Yeah.
Because they rip us apart, but somehow God has just put this armor around us and this hedge of it doesn't even bother us.
Oh, and what's so funny is the guy that told me he was going to shove the crow down my throat over Trump when my Sky Daddy didn't come through. Why, he texted me today and said, I'm coming to Alabama. And I'm thinking, is he drunk? Does he think we're going to want to meet him? Because he's talked to us like dogs. I mean, why would he tell me he's coming to Alabama?
You know what's interesting by that? What if you're his saving grace at this point?
I
Well,
know.
that's what I told Bill. I said, you're not going to believe who told me he was coming to Alabama.
I said,
Captain
Lord, was he
Screamer.
nice?
Yeah, he was very nice. He's coming for work. He does construction work. He went into whole detail, and
Do you guys have Instagram?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I follow you? I was gonna send you something on Instagram.
I don't think I have it. I'm not into all that stuff, really.
Val, what's your thing on there? I'll send you something.
It's hang on a second. Let me type her because she's asking me why you were banned. She said, I can't unban, but I will get Captain to he's asleep in England at the moment. Do you know why he was banned? I'm gonna say he said his account was hacked.
Yeah, and a worm went through and was posting things that the bot caught and then banned me for it. But it wasn't me at all. I didn't do it at all. That wasn't that. I opened up something from somebody else and it like wormed itself into my account and it hacked my account. I literally had to log out, change my password and log back in. It hacked me.
Now, where do you I know you live in the United States or no?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm here in the United States. I'm in California right now.
Oh, wow. There's isn't Scott Mackey from California, Belle?
Yes, he is.
And he's off the wall.
Oh, he thinks everything in the United States right now is great. And he said our government would never, ever do to us what you guys think they've done. And I said, how can you, are you serious?
Well, he said he'd contemplate suicide if Trump goes back in.
Oh, you're unbanned. We can all go over there and you can listen to them.
Okay. Give me a second. I gotta join a call real quick. I'll send me an invite and then I'll join and then I'll talk to you.
Okay. All right.
All right. Good talking to you guys.
You
Okay.
too.
You too.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye.